You're alive! When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are? Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember? It does look like you took a pretty hard blow to the head. You're just lucky you've been given a second chance. Which is why I feel terrible for what I'm about to say, but I have a favor to ask. There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy, What do you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you. All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen. You're welcome. Always happy to help. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth. Whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, she'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine? What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you, and what were you doing in that shrine? No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the empire are you from, exactly? Hey, not so loud. Just saying that name could land you in trouble here. If you haven't heard, his cultists burned down half of Rome last year. Horrible business. I heard Nero executed some of them, but a lot of people are still angry with them, even down here. So, if you're one of them, keep it to yourself. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule. And the punishment for breaking it's... well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? Follow me! When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it, and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ah, don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the golden rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We'll call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the golden rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation? I trust you can see yourself out.
we're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name, to match a curious accent. But I digress. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment, like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes, or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries. Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric? You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that. Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm. Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands. Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? 2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? Ah, I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own. What reason could you possibly have to I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't... Well, all right. There are are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. You mean you couldn't speak Latin before you arrived here? How strange. But the gods are active here. And perhaps when Proserpina brought you here, she planted the seed of Latin in you. Indeed. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense? Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon... Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Oh, look, you're back. How lucky for me. What is it now? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! What do you have to say? No response. Nothing. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure, well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies? It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our we went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up... I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might... That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her, so he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. All I know is, whoever he is, He's still here in the city. You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us. Like, his family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Sentilla. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and... Do I need to ask Horatius to... Oh, look. You know... Oh, I'd say it to their faces. Did you hear that? What do you... No. I'm... I... Because... That... You... I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. If you must know, I'm here because my father has forbidden me from leaving the villa. I couldn't bear to lose you too, he says, as if he loves me, and not because he needs at least one daughter he can trade off. So you'll help me find her? Oh, thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Maybe you'll find something the rest of us missed. Thank you. What have you discovered? What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never saw that. I wonder how I could have missed it. Strange, but well done, I suppose. But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Centilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any new... Of course. What is it? Why then did... It looks like you'll have to continue. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so... My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain... Very well. Ask then. Good. If I did, I'd have led these people... I've had plenty of time to think about it. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of our survival and prosperity have always hinged up. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and the real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation... I trust that answers. Thank you.
How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Centilla's disappearance?
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even the golden rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
Huh. As if I'll be afraid of you, little man.
What now? I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate... I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should... I also keep a register of new arrival. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think of... My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river, and then nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Centilla's disappearance has been more difficult. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But to bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested. I don't see why not. Just make... Of course. Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in that by threatening to execute 1 in 10 men. The idea is to ensure order and discipline among them. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for... It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it. A war crime? Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war the law falls silent. Seems that way. War crimes. Ridiculous. What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life is harsh, and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it, so railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have. which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing. If you like. Not that it's any of your business. Unfortunately. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery. The man's a savage. But he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than... Sentius knows about it, of course. But he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I appreciate the thought. But you're new here. And in any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings. What business is... A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been... I suppose... Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, if anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. But none of them. You might fare better though, I suppose. Fine. Alright. Please keep an eye out for anything that might lead us.
The murder. What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him? What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it? Good, then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murdae foreigners interfering in an election. Can't hurt. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Why? Because... You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected. He's going to announce it in his victory speech. We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out. Malleolus, of course. Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me, and they keep coming back. Listen, you don't know. She's not here. Had to carry her to Lucretia's clinic this morning. Shrine of Apollo. She was acting sick. Faking it, if you ask me. Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look... I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man. And this is an left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you... Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more... Dunno. Just make it... Yeah? Just ma... Whatever. Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Oh, why do I have to do... So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. A creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life, more like a Strix. Or some Versipelus that feeds on human flesh. I didn't stick around to see Wit. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door. Without a weapon?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Citizen?
Are they? A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you. Why is that? The memes? What are the memes? So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs, then? So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call Karen. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. Good. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month, she withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows and told us we were ignorant of some Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the gold. But there is a small chance that she learned something. I just don't want to see that happen. Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth and come back to me if you discover any patterns. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of... Ave again. Did you find what you... I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been... We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return... But here, it seems they require much. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? Wonderful. It goes like this. Baucis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all, until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis and Philemon lived. Now the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, they invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Baucis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out, and then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic. Realizing only a select few possess such power, says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." And the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Mercury, the trickster god. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then Jupiter says to them, "You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place and everyone in it, except you, who we will grant a wish." So old Baucis and Philemon escape up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is for eternity together. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his threat and wipes that city off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves. I'm pleased to hear it. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the chap. Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're... That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to by using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. I'm responsible for announcing it and making... You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. As you wish. Certain. And did you notice anything? Oh, keep asking people how they wound up living. Come back.
The murder.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not... I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labour for the good of the community has its own charms too. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome, 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people. And the scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water. Rising up, I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan. Oh yes, of course. A slip of the tongue. Oh, we were a scuffle. I woke... Oh... If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hit... I don't put a lot of stock in such rumours, but if that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. Oh, I'm sorry. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Oh, thank you. You have no idea. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves, and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be... But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin, and that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born... You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women torn apart in arenas while thousands of Roman... If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Alright, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together. Oh, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates.
I'm sorry, but I just don't care.
Please, help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this. Thank you.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how... I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love, I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe... That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you... Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess... I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to elect your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, and now, I make this solemn promise to you, under my leadership, you will finally enjoy no more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe because the tyrant Sitius told you it was forbidden. Yes, remember my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of... a day of celebration, I announce. Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either well, why have you risked life and limb? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this. These good people have suffered long enough under... By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to... Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monster. The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Why? What credible evidence do you have? I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people. Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie could be transformed into the True, but that is simply because you are... I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. You mean the children's fable? Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't... Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius... Of course, just to be clear, I take no... I trust you could... Through the door this time? There's a key just beside it.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think a better question is, why am I being in... I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I am receiving strange men in private. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave. The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. Well, I've had... Domitius!
You again. I trust you through.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you. What now? Whatever.
Arve. Arve again. And did you notice? Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? There are definitely some common threads that keep asking people how they... Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind and dictate... Come back.
through the door this time. There's a key just beside it.
I'm not supposed to talk. I think I have preferably the dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. Finally, this is outrageous. Why are you... Fine.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
Harvey.
up! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the gold. Fabia, but now's not the time. Are you going to help or not? Thank you. I have to hide. What? We don't have time. Ugh.
Fabia, no! Oh god, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl! I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, the gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through. Is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a question, Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of it. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave. threatening me is not going to help you. That sounds an awful lot like a cult. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our God told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists. There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself. Very well, here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also... The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and... All I know, all I care about, is that the Emperor... This is your last chance. Do you have any last words? And there's a simple explanation for that. I lied. But if you want to know the truth before you die, here it is. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every... and I can think of nothing...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
can't believe the gods.
Today is a sad day. I hope you're coping. Oh, so soon?
How did you fit the fire in the tube? Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I don't know. I don't remember things, so... Yes, but I wasn't. They said I did it. More than once. But I can't remember things so good. Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. What does it say? My treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. He said if anything ever happened to him, he gave me this key and made me promise to keep it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but now nobody looks after me. Except Hannibal said I Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't. What about the rules? Like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high, and you're going to let me out of here? Galerius already tried that. Like, if you Hannibal... Go. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said, if any... He gave me this key. All I remember... Now know that... Hannibal... You're mean. How did you fit mine? I don't. What does it? My Hannah. What? No. Oh. What up? No. Go. My people down. Bye bye.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
That lamp! Never have I seen its equal.
Oh my! I've never seen a lamp like that. Praise Apollo. Ave again. And did you notice anything? Yes. I understand many of our friends. What else? There are definitely some... Keep asking people how they wound up. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind. Come back.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes. Yes, thank you.
You again.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate.
The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me... I don't? Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to that. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage, but don't worry. All right. Ah, no. Well, it's... I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in it one day when I was about 20. My father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out, and my mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These lead one night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right. But there were more of them. I never saw how many. Because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters... Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who... I spent a few years working for my new master. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I got swept up with them somehow, and next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. That's what I thought too, for a while. See, I finally had my own farm again. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure. So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back. Don't you worry. Nemesis is waiting. And he'll, forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes. Thanks, friend. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Well, as much as I'd love to, but Scintilla, if anyone... Oh, I don't give it much thought, but I say... I can't... Even I could do a better job. Me? I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting... But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary trip. That's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but... You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? He and Sentius have despised each other for a... Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. All right, see you around.
Salve, Fred. Welcome to life. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, P.S., what do you...
That's the...
What?
Why do you...
I know, please.
I'm sorry, but...
Please, help him. If... Thank you.
You know about that? How is that Well, if you say you don't understand, I don't want to hurt. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. No, I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love, I'm sorry.
Oh, Pierce, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Well, I'll have to, and I'd best. Please keep. There was a terrible. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been...
Well... Are you insane? Why would I with... You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
to the shrine.
Salve, friend. Oh. Of course. All right.
A new face, Ave, and... Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure. What else? Yes. What else? Yes. It's as I feared. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest? And did you happen to catch... I see. Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see.
What? How could you know that? And why are you talking to me instead of doing something about it? Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What is it, citizen? All right.
Oh, the murder. Malleolus isn't receiving visit. He's not here. Dunno. The little cap at murder escaped earlier this morning, while I was taking Yulia to the clinic. He can't tell him the punishment he gets for coming back on his own. Whatever.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see that she needs the resin of a plant called silphium, but that Culus cubulates decius won't give it? It's too late. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is... And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but that'll be 1,000 denarii. There was no way I could afford. Then that toad shrugs and says, supply and demand. Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here. So all I could do is come back here, and now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from... Well, come back if you get sick or injured.
Hello? Hello? Bye-bye.
Help! A man arrived in the bath. You have to do something. None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the... You'll just have to improv... Thank you. I have to hide. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and...
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Ah, a new face. Salve, you arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back help out with repairs and try to stop old. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architect. Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means, but there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't wrong. Well, yes, or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here. Who really built this place? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who... Gladly. Personally, my faith, they're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering. With a very... It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the... and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake, and allows us to fish. Hey, not so loud. Just talking, but I'm not saying it's impossible. But you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just... You mean the great temple? Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that who, unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep it. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like there's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. So we're all left wondering. Which, unless somebody figures out a way. Of course. You wouldn't. There are much worse places to live. But once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Novio Magus. They weren't nearly as tolerant. Some people say it's divine, the work of a god. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. Which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or, and I'm pretty sure. Good. Then I hope you'll agree. The first is to leave. The second... Good question. It's best if I say no more, but... I hope... Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my... prefer... Hey, nothing gets by you. Sorry, that was mean. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Novio Magus, you expect a bit of what... I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know that, so I hid who I was for... what was it? Nearly 10, but that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you have. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but in any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be, or at least I thought that was the case. It's not just graffiti. The strange thing is, I keep my personal life. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that if there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a... What? Really? I'm glad you arrived when you did. Someone who lives or works in the forum, but if you find them, please don't hurt. Come back and... Any news? Oh, that's a... Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. My vote isn't for sale. Nice to talk.
Salve. Salve, stranger, and welcome. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have... You mean, how did I end up here? Alright. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and mostly sculptures, vases, had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires... See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it all the way down to the river. I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it. But, to my surprise, we make it. And I see this barge loading up, and it's so... But the captain's happy to take my coin. So I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. The girl? Weren't you listening? I can always buy a new slave girl. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers got... And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single... Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place... Look around you, there must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to...
I'm afraid not.
Some people here are a little shady. It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically... Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one... Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be... Thank you, friend. I don't, I'm afraid, but I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw... Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope... Certainly. All I ask is a... That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coin... Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Hear what? Are you sure you're feeling all right? If you're here... She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and... But I digress. Do you want this... Oh, you have... Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Shh, I'm hiding. Did you stop him? What?
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Any news about... Oh, that's... Nice to talk.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to... And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching. I have traveled distant trade routes from... And never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But... My story? How kind of you to... You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting so... I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Oh, and there is another. If we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you, but I would... A good question. A very good question indeed. I remember I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even this time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as when I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how. Indeed.
I'm lucky I would. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave. Anything you like. Have you not been told? Oh, then I suppose this... Aha, you are weak. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive and scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. They have. I am getting... There was an attempt, made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hole, they heard the godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place. And so I say, it is best to not... Ah, yes. The man is else. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone, and when Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth, so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks, and the innocent people died by the tens of thousands, until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The golden rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each keep the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece. Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do, for even if 99% of us adopt this principle, sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single... Ah, the voice of experience. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not? That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong... Nothing comes to my mind. This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have no idea. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graphic. I hope that...
Salve.
Feeling all right? I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time, but I'd rather... My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of... So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered I could barely see for the smoke. And the next thing I remember, I was waking up. It's all right. Say what you will about this place. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, Oh, This shrine was in use as a clinic long before any kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the... But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician. But she was until she suddenly lost all interest in us. This changes everything, she kept saying. The last time I saw her, the last time any of... And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the... She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem. A real thorn in the One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up... I just know Nevia would know how to treat him. Assume... Really? Feeling alright? I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt but snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about absolutely nothing? In some ways we are... Oh no. So there was one other person who clicked, but that was Nevia, and... Well, she used to until and then she's... But one of... He's becomes... I just... Real? Sure. How did you know that? Yes, she did mutter something about the only way... Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and... Hemlock, I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa. Gladly. Thank you. Well, come back if you get...
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside. Ah. Very well.
What now? All right?
Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Scintilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid. But we do have a newcomer. Strangely dressed fella. Funny accent, too.
A traveller from a faraway land, then?
Seems that way.
Then let's make sure he feels welcome, shall we?
Of course, priestess.
Let me know when you've...
Name's Rufius, but the Watcher. Can't talk long, but to stay shut. Families from Solution and Kibis, Babylon province. And I've been roaming a lot. Same way as everyone else. Because we're all in grave danger. Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. If you were dealing with what I am. Nobody is supposed to know about that. Look, I haven't been at my best lately. All right, I get stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me. I want to help you. Do what Lucretia hasn't been able to do.
my friend. Welcome. That's good. If you're not on it, well, we've all been where you are now. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. 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 Oh, P.S., what do you...
That's the...
What?
Why do you... I'm sorry.
Please, help. Thank you.
If you're trying to make it let me guess. Don't you think I know that? You're just saying that to bite. You must think I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Oh, Pierce, no! That was... I'll have... and I...
Just as the ocean accepts the river, but it does not notice the crowds. The bloodless shadows wander, some the house of the ruler of the depths. There is only a downward path. Help me. It is better for you if you remain the bloodless shadows. It is better for you if you... The newly arrived... Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Well, isn't that an impressive trinket? Well, isn't that an impressive trinket? You stay away from my money! Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder. Oh, do us all a... Unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink, get out! Vote for...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
All right.
See you again.
Name's Rufius. If I did do... Then you know. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. I don't know. But did you ever get the feel? Of course No idea what you're talking about? Yes, so what? What? And why should I? The one true God says that for man to lie... well, I don't know. Maybe God hasn't... Well, I wouldn't get so angry if he wasn't so... I don't like where you're going with this. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have nothing to say to...
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Ah, a new face. Salve. Nice to talk.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff.
Very well.
What are you doing in here? She needs the resin. What? Quick, Yulia. Hopefully in a moment she should... That was extraordinary. How did you know she... Ah, look. If you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. That was like the gods hearing. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with what... That's a ship. May Apollo keep you safe.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff. I bet it's worth
Help! What?
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Oh, it's you. Was there something you wanted? As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's... The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. Please, just leave. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, so when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to... So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her hemlock. "Drink this," she said, "and you'll be out of here in no time." She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years, and I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible. He locked me in his villa, confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest. His wife, Claudia, was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours. Those two took everything from me. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over, but it seems I messed that up. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most... When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison... I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for, at least until someone breaks the golden rule. A lot. But he's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and he's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff. I don't know who you are, or why you seem...
May Apollo keep you safe.
Welcome. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, P.S. What?
That's...
What?
Why do you...
I know.
I'm sorry.
Please, help.
You... Well, you don't... If I... Oh, really? But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Julia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus. We might as well be... Oh, so I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love, I'm sorry.
Oh, P.S. No!
May Apollo keep you safe.
Oh. No. I did hear from Ulpius that she did, but I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months. You mean, it was a good life for a while. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, but they fell on deaf ears. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could. I remember diving into the river and then... Thank you. If that's your idea of a joke. I know what kind of person you are.
May Apollo keep you safe. Feeling all right? That's a...
I have nothing to say.
Greeting. My friend, I hope...
But it... the new...
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink.
Oh, you're here. And I hope I'm not being too forward, but you're not like any Roman man I've ever... coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. Let it go. You know, normally I'd I guess that went right over you. As a matter of fact, I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is So, how badly do you...
Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, I just try not to think about it. Drink help. Certainly. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just... Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. Whatever you... All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Ah, no. All right.
Harvey again. It must be it'll be, but why do you... I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has all... It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was... So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate... Certain. Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coin. What else? Yes, what else? That... And did you happen to catch... Because I... please...
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Without a weapon? Marriott. Whatever.
Harvey, we're finally alone. We have? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, is that about right? Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now... Now, I assume you've sought me out again for a... You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that it was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born. Here, we see to it that he has food, a privilege that would be taken away from all of us. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of... I will not jeopardize the lives of my people. Ask them. Good. Of course. What? Yeah. Why do you say that? What? That's... I'm speechless. How do you know? Of course, this isn't your first loop, is it? Well then, you must stop him from winning the election. I expect you'll need some kind of leverage on him, but I can't be seen to be involved in this, of course. You'd better not waste any time. And Miss Swada, goddess of... Good.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What is it? All right?
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting Bob... Oh, you heard... Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a magistrate's... I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Quick, go and find him and ask him what he knows. Oh, I see. Well, it was... Thank you. Oh, look. I trust...
Oh, the murder.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me when you die.
Thank
you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
You're not supposed to talk. The danger. Well, Dimitri.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so... Ha! Why? Don't talk nonsense. How could you possibly know that? Nonsense! This is... I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him. Now, get out of here! Get...
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little Sturkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Welcome, welcome. It is sincere. Tell me, what brings you all? Then perhaps the fates brought you here. I will tell you everything I know, but first, the one thing I long for above all else before I die. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the golden... You have much to learn. It's best if you figure it out on your own. Then you should speak with your contemporaries in the city above. Ask them about their stories. It is best if you come to this realization for yourself.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable.
Stop right there. I'm... I'm not sure I believe that. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are... Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard down. I was told Quintius was a cultist. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus Magna Mater or always sneaking off to your secret. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then... So you admit you're not a... Threatening me is not going to help. That sounds an awful lot. And I saw the inscription saying, the many shall suffer for the sins of the one. You've clearly... Now you lot of... Yes, because it's all clear to me. What? However... Suddenly... Thank you for your service to the Empire.
Never seen a lamp like that before. Remarkable.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble you. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear... And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it. But I would like to propose a joint business. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as... And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. Supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has... I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella, Aesop. The goose with the ability to transmute organic matter into... Use your imagination. Golden animals, and even if we were to split all those riches between the two... Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Excellent. So the first question is, now I have a plan, but first, tell me. No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrow. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum. And would you like to guess what she's holding? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it. Oh, gods, no. If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me. I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, but make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risk. Now, because the gods would see you, of course. I'm more of an ideas man. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger? So, wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, this is a quality weapon. And here we... Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, it's just at the end of the street on the left.
You... An accident? So, I do have a question, though. That shrine... I don't understand... Oh, I see. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. Oh, there's not much to tell. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son. I spent the next week in bed. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside. But after about a day in a carriage, I remember closing my eyes for a bit. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Anyway, I went searching for help. Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are my... What? You've been here with good people here. Galeria, my friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. Well, I'm just saying, there are worse places. Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from a... Oh, I try not to worry about... Thanks. And I like your... And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the... He'll be just across the foot. All right.
Greetings and salutations.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the... Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me. And yet you did. And now, here we are. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth, it's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a prompt. Oh, I do love a good looper. You're just gonna have to take your chances. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. And they can be... You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. But I always wondered how anyone could have known. Let's find out if...
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again, and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strange whisper again, and turning back, I discovered, even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke. My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what seemed I began to I'd imagined backstory to them, with names, and told them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work. beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments brought similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place. And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And, worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air. Coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you need to know. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood? You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
I take it you've cleared the way. Follow me, but don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together. You're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken, but it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, but they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's, of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. The only difference is that they spelled it with a kappa, which I suppose means Kharon is closer to the original spelling. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem... You say you saw a young woman named... And I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle head. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths... Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin but that never made any sense to me. In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here. No. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the Golden Rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by... All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is, you may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. As I mentioned, Both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds. So they First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, it's said, the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into If the stories are true, the problem is, how do we communicate with her without leaving that aside for a moment? There is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those. Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make... Tell me, has she told you anything that... That is strange. There are no rivers here. Right, because the current flows into the city through the aqueduct. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, let me know if you find anything in there. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my... Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly... If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing... It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid. You'll find them all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of... However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques. Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask, it would have had the god's name engraved into it. So it may be, and there's only one group of people I know of. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. They've been known to start fires. As if I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, but I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find... I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in... Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so... I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. But perhaps the goddess... All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of... May Fortuna guide you. Ave again. Certainly. as I... True. Well, maybe...
But nice to...
Greetings and salutations. Hello again. And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgios the Roman. I accept, but my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no, the plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes, and besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I hope that our path...
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's. Feeling all... You made it into the palace. Willowback, I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow up. Thank you. That's a Such a bright light. Apollo is powerful here, is he not?
I know what kind of...
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
So you got a bright lamp. Who cares?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, yes. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And yes, no more shall you walk on.
So you got a bright lamp.
Who cares?
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. Ah, you've returned. Do you... I think it's best if I... You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is... And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this... I'm glad to hear that. Now, was there something else? Thank you.
Please leave. You're trespassing.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve.
you're here. And, I hope I'm not being too full. You're not like any Rome. What was that? Some kind... I take back what I said. Let's just forget that. Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw... I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want... The one word I kept hearing was vanishing. And then...
My melodies fetch
All
again
right.
with incessant labour. The water they have lost. Just as the ocean accepts, but it does not. Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I thought I saw it, but I had to tell myself it was true over. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. He gives such an uncanny description of the... I will do my best. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads the sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are... As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. I hope I have done it, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great friend.
Help! What?
Stop. Thank you.
Filthy, lying degenerate.
Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too? Very well.
Greetings and salutations.
What are you doing? She needs the... What? Yulia? Hope for that. A what? I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. That was like the gods you just... and in the mid... That's a...
new face. So, I hear we... Nice to...
You... And I don't... Oh. All right. Salve. All right.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Oh, was that... Oh, a but I mean, they've got... Really? No, but... Alright.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana.
Name's Rufius. What business? Willow bark. And this, finally, some relief. I've been in a lot of... It was too much. Started messing with my head. Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even... No. Fine. Though I'll leave him alone from now on. I'm going to go and clean up.
Welcome back. What demon or spirit told you? You went have you... Really? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person. Really? That's promising. Nice to talk.
Citizen.
Well, alright, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no, 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 no. Well, P.S., what do you...
That's...
What?
Why do you... I'm...
Help. Like...
You... Well, you... Oh, that would... Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then? You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers? It seems today we're both blessed. Thank you, friend.
Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. Ah. And there it is. Scintilla and I were in love. And all right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I wasn't allowed out. So once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up and that's when I saw her. I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my... And then she looked up and saw me and... She smiled, and from the moment she asked my name with this warmth, and so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa, we'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. All I could do was keep my head down and try to... Scintilla was the one thing that made my life bearable. But with her gone, all I know is she loved me. She'd never have taken her own life. And that I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Somebody abducted her. My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her. I've never seen the inside of it. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow... Oh, I see. That was the only idea I had. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news.
Even if I had seen it, and I'm not Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you. Ah,
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Ove.
You take it to him. I don't ever want to see his face again.
Huh. You actually did it. I'll make sure he gets this. But you're still a pathetic little Sturkers, free or not.
I don't care what you think. You don't have any power anymore.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
A golden bow, just like
Yulia.
Apollo and Diana's.
I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. I've just paid off our debts. We never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
This complete stranger just walked up and gave me the money to pay off our debts.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Oh. Alright.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Shalom. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still two places First, the palace. If Navia managed to get in, then I suppose the only other place she could be is somewhere in the cistern network. I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was locked up. All right, friend. Shalom. You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, but when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish... That's where I was when the fires broke out. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos. Several hours down the Appian Way, I can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. What? A lot of good it did me. And that family. I don't. But... well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and... You remind me of an old story from my people about him. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another." That is, of course, what I want to know it. Thanks. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus. All right, Fred.
No idea what you're... So you...
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff. And welcome back. Nice to talk.
You old flatterer. What are you like?
Citizen?
Greetings. My friend. I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even please, let us leave the live coals safely Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors. Each day, I leave offerings of food, in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest. The offering, it is simple. So I ask, who? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn, to see if I could spot a thief. Nothing! Nobody entered. And yet when I went to when I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be...
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Well, it's a sincere... Tell me. Ah, yes. That I will tell you everything I know. But first, the one thing I long for above all else before I die is let us find out with this simple question. Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Now, will you join me in a friendly Wonderful. Then would you say you know the difference between... You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only have become more Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you see out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good. But under the golden rule, morality matters. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between... So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in? Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? After hundreds of years, and as many great thinkers dedicating their lives to these, what hope do we have if our best and brightest haven't been able to... My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which, in mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the golden rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears, and life under tyranny is no... I'm glad to hear. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing? I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could. It became heated. He drew a gladiator. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain depths. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days. They are one and the same. The Romans call him... My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his fury... I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, some from malnutrition. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen... Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge, and sometimes when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the greater challenge is the isolation, like so many things in life. As you would. Ha! If I did. Did we not discuss it at length, or... You seek the plaque bearing the Egypt. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not... I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city,
It was once... When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the... And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they taught... And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, they gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, an even older plaque buried... We had no idea until years. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another. And even suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian... You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and there are certain things you must... Take this key. I enjoyed our... Ah, you've returned.
Stop. Do not come any closer. I am Kabash. To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris. Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not, because it speaks a treachery. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place? It has a name. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in when they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld. They desecrated even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti. They renamed to Keron. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when they wrote. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it would imply the gods of Egypt, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans. I sense a deception, but you will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed. You are too late. It is done. It could not have gone any. Now, the thing of evil you sought is. I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria. Since the Romans had taken up when the fires broke out last year, on my 7th trip, I told him his brother would have to save himself. I awoke on the banks of the river it did not dawn on me until much later. This is where I belong. I think if someone is to break the golden rule, due to the doer. As for the punishment that will come from it, not know. What could possibly... All I know is everyone so contrary where you are from? Good. Wait. You would plunge into the depths of the... We... When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy? That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names? Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so. But the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly. Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point? You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while, and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go. You again. Of course.
You've returned. Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need? I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die? Hello. Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? But if I well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Like Galerius, he's nice. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque. Bye bye.
Lovely to see you again. Ah.
Be careful who you trust. Oh, all right.
new face. Oh my. That is quite a lot to take. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about. We don't have much to go on, except the old Hercules, and so. May 4th.
Feeling all...
That's...
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a...
Wow, isn't that a big lot? Back again. All right.
I hope you have a good reason for flout. Is that... Seems... Of course. Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, then there must be someone else about to break it still. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, to illustrate, when the golden rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and the same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, then you can't be here, obviously. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed the course of history for us. So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break. Excellent. It looks like you'll have to continue. I think it's best. Thank you.
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop Oh, you... What? But you should... Oh. Oh.
What is it? All right.
Malleolus is a... What?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored.
You're not supposed to be tall.
The dainty little thing from next door.
This is outrageous.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone... You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different coloured, and I'm hardly the only person with the condition. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen. Well, I am not suffering from any... Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I... Ha! What? Don't talk... How? Nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill. Now, get out of...
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers? If I cop an infant from Mariona, I'll be coming. Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well...
Did he send you? Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the gate of Pawn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say? There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? What? No, you can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless? It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. You're making a mistake.
So you survived the cistern. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't get cocky.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. Ah, you've returned. Did... Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw. He relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 5 times? Extremely impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape, except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, so you discovered my secret. So what? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become... And why would I agree? You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies. Oh, you and your pathetic morality. No, understand that to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot. The only way you're getting this key, and if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that... I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever, until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? Now, get out of my villa. Citizen.
What now? Whatever.
Get out of my...
Shalom. All right, friend.
Isn't the great temple majestic? Are they again? once.
Hello? Hello? Bye-bye.
Horatius, looking a bit troubled there.
Handsome.
Still no sign of Centilla, and I haven't slept right in 3 weeks. Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming.
Citizen.
Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking.
Friend.
What if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself.
I love
Leave that
your
for the
clothes.
gods. Try to
So
relax. Get some rest.
exotic.
Tomorrow's a new day.
Back again.
I suppose you're right.
All right.
What now? Not that it's unfortunate. See, the man's a savage. Sent it this place.
Vote for
I appreciate the
for
thought.
a free drink at my
But you're new
tavern.
here, and I just can't see how you could... In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. All right?
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Cynthius. Good. Fine. So you're...
Ah, it's you again. Now, what? Even I... but... glad... Or...
Citizen.
Hello there, friend. Well, I'll take...
Keep an eye out for Centilla, would you?
Citizen.
Now you're talking, I'm interested. Oh, that's a little all right. But I'm going to need you to tell me before I... Wait. Let's not be too hasty. I suppose you're right. Here's your money. Now, the location of that... What? But I already knew that, you imbecile. I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in her own shrine would break the gold. You promised to tell me where I could get one. What is this? Some kind of joke? Don't even talk to me. Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Hilarious.
Horatius?
Well,
Looking a
isn't
bit
that
troubled
an
there.
impressive
bad.
trinket?
Still no sign of Sentinel. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on
Stay
yourself.
away from my money.
From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right. Galerius?
Vote for
Horatius?
Mary unless you want me to
Looking a
slip
bit
some
troubled
hemlock
there.
into your next drink.
Still no sign of
Get
Sentinel.
out.
I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do?
Oh,
What
do
if
us all a
she's out
favour
there
and drink
somewhere
hemlock.
Suffering, waiting to be found.
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right. Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Sentinel. I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right. Galerius?
Horatius? Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
Welcome. Nice to...
I said, please leave. You're trespassing.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Are they? Are they again? See you again.
You're back. Oh, thank you. Now Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because and as long as this day keeps I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this, but where others might see tragedy. As I told you the first time we met, I found a by reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine, freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking... It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive. Hunting down, apparently the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light. What? You're saying you were here 2,000... let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around. This is just... I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used. I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure. You go on ahead.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find... Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. Why don't you tell me what you discovered?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Carolyn, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we... I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, that most people find comfort in familiarity. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist... Usually, when people do not remember how they died, most souls would rather not. Ask yourself honestly. As you wish. You made a purchase in a marketplace, and the change you received was, by mistake, a single silver coin of ancient origin. You were seen inspecting it, and soon after, you were set upon by two thieves. The shopkeeper who had given you the coin saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed. There was nothing you or your ally. He died instantly at the scene. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Karen's Opal by some. And so it was my duty to bring you here. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths. To pay, well, those stories contained a seed of truth. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession... That is a question you would have to ask him. If that would... I am just his servant. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of my new friend here. I know how crazy that...
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you...
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it. I think she meant for you to read it. Here.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Cynthia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
you. And June. He wants to keep us. Then. I don't know. Behind me, the only. There would. What? It's no. You're me.
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't get cocky.
I hope you have a good week. You. Me? You know, you. Come. But he would. And because I watched him come through the port. And with them, 5x. And it. What? And. You must. Yeah.
Oh, look, you're back. Oh. What? Is this... No. Father, is...
I'm afraid it is.
I don't...
Because she found a way out. And if you're wondering why I'm telling you this, it's because you're never going to All I have to do is commit a sin, and the day will begin. I'm going to kill you now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia? Oh. Poor Virgil. Poor... Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in. But how did you... Alright. I'll go.
Ehi là. Ciao Addictive, grazie per il follow. Hello, hello.
Salve, well... Ah, we've... Ah.
Good news, Ulpius. Here's enough money to pay off your and Julia's debts to Malleolus.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. Here, take it.
We're going to be free. Galerius, thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and sort this out immediately.
Citizen. Name's Wolfie.
Incredible.
Welcome.
Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up. Get your strength back.
How'd you do? Wow. Now you... Oh. All right. Wait. Here's your now. Can't you promise... What is this? Don't even talk to me.
Ah, I hear we have you to... Nice to...
Salve and welcome.
All right.
Hello? Hello? Do you know it? But... It, like... Yeah. But...
it does not. The new Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Ah, you're here. And, you're not like any... How dare you?
Citizen, see you.
Ave, a new face. Oh my, let's read her, sis, and so. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet. First, Proserpine, if the problem is, how do we communicate? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a truth that can... Truly? Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, but unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who. As a... So, if you want to confront, who knows? But first, the problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived. I suspect it looks if you could recover. It's the you'll find. How? That means you'll need to recover 4. I'm afraid. But I did. I don't. All right, as. In any case, may for. Oh.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
It must be. It'll be. What? I like it. So. As I. Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots, and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sendius.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Sentius.
Rufius.
Sentius.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Mind telling... Oh. Yulia. Poor Virgil. Alright, let me see. Stop. But how did you... I'll go, but...
And you're not... Ugh, come in. Let's just be... You know... Straight to... As a matter... I'm happy to tell you all. So... Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another...
Tantalus cannot catch the drops of water.
Simple.
And the tree
It's a one-way...
you grasp at eludes you.
I think of it this way. I have some... Well, I can't... Ha! All right.
Just as the ocean accepts, but it does not notice. The new...
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it, citizen? All right?
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here. Oh, I wish... I trust...
I thought I told you to get out of my...
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a heft... Why? Don't talk... How? Nonsense! I don't know. And now, I'm going to... Now...
I'm not supposed to be... talk. Perhaps you're not as sick. You know, I may have the very... Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love... Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. I confronted him about it, and he stammered. I let it go, eventually, and yet... But... Wait. To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plan, you must think me quite mad. Domitius!
Here. In fact, you take it to him. I don't ever want to see his face again.
Huh. You actually did it. I'll make sure he gets this. But...
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate...
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you... How is it possible that you've just arrived? You're toying with me, right? You're a bit like Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down, forcing him to start over and over. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by... Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break this... Oh, that's kind of... Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway. Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. Salve again? No. All right, friend.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
And it must be it'll be why so see
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Poor girl. All right, then. I'll go.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
I'm not supposed to talk. You know, sometime now I let it but oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me. I want you to bring me some wine. Just one. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom. After all I've done for him, counseling him, he said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a man. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose. I am so... So you're... Thank you. Here's the letter. Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's... give me that immediately. What? No. It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. This is outrageous.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty... Are you in? Why would I... I suppose that makes...
Where have you been, you little stirkus? You shouldn't even be outside the villa.
None of that matters anymore. I'm paying off my debt, and yours. Our debt bondage is over.
Let me see.
Oh, so much work and money. Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me any... I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bond. There. You got what you wanted. Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir. Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all.
Don't believe a word. Shalom, Fred. All right. A new face. Arvid. Well, why do you... Oh, what a good idea. He is a virtuous and decent... All of the male citizens who are... Well, you're not a citizen yet, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways. Sir, see you again.
must be completed. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and why do you as I... Well... very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate. Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Ave again. See you again.
Glad Galerius won. He deserved it.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley. Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
Oh, thank you. You can have my shot and maybe my friend, but before that, he told me if anything ever... What was in there?
Is it?
I'm confused. Oh, look over there.
Maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. It's so pretty.
And it's just night.
Just take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
That man lives badly who does not know how to die well.
Salve, friend. Mind... All right, then.
That...
I hope you're taking care of it. Well, all right. Well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no, No. No, 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 no. Oh,
You... Well... Oh. Really? You'd... It's... Thank... I'll go...
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk. My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago. And you see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from you all but destroyed yourselves. Your 2 short lives, yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wage was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance in life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? For you, perhaps. I am able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? I have seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others. Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language. Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right, then... Now tell me. Ah, the tavern keeper, yes. How is that in... I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game, one she... Now tell me. You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent? And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others. Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority, this is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from? I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt? I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years. Now tell me, what... The midwife in the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former self. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine. Now tell me, what... Abduction? You mean the magistrate? He did so because she sought to escape. A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree? Now tell me. Do you honestly think you could do better? I should strike you down for that. Now, did you have any other questions? Very well. Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see to the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine has slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, so tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule? That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? These people were all dead when my servant found them. I gave them a second chance at life. Then you still have the option to end your life should you wish, and you are no worse off than if I had not intervened. Accordingly, I reject your... I am well aware of the story told by the Greeks and Romans. It is entirely unfair. My love was dying, and I intervened the only way I could to save her life. What would you have done? It was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew I would have to act to save her, and I did because I loved her. I love her still. Accordingly, I reject. Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure them. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did... How unfortunate that we are not wed. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Of course not, because that would be absurd, just as it would be absurd for me to treat your cup. My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal. Bah! For a moment I thought you might have been building to a point, but I see... How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation. True. I have with... He is a volatile and confused... I admit, I have grown disturbed watching. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the... If you're right, my involvement has corrupted the very thing I sought to observe impartially. But if I were to accept that, are you telling me these humans could coexist peacefully without... How so? And how is that working for you? So you say, and yet your world is still imperfect. You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that? Perhaps, but if that was so, surely I would have sensed his deception. How could I have been so blind for so long? Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now, and I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice, quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? Farewell, mortal.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Well, here I am. Know who you are. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time. Learning about the history of... I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about two... Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the thousand. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared, and went around solving the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, and so on. Then, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just... Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? What? Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water. I'm gonna pause here for a moment. You go on ahead.
You're back! But... oh, what a relief. Why don't you tell me what you discovered?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can I do not that you died, but my most as you but no, he died. That man you were. It means there. I see no point in keeping you here, but I have to ask one thing: that you keep this to yourself.
Look, here comes Al now. Al.
Kind of lost track, and there was a.
Sounds you.
Sounds.
And.
Hey, you made it. After everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really want. Why don't you head on down there?
You're finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of... Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me. I wanted to say thanks for freeing... I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around... Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for it.
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put... I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here. See you at the...
Hello. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. Bye-bye.
Oh, there he is.
You're the... Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me... Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about... Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew exist? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn, and I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the after the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me. I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude? Thank you. You're very kind. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still hasn't... Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called Nigeria? Some people have all the luck. Well, you are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it. Huh. I feel better already. Thank you. You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
Long time no see. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile.
Hello?
If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too, don't be a stranger.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides. Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever. Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Perhaps. And you, farewell.
Hey. I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me. Then I suppose he got his wish. You too. See you around.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. Ah, the poor sweet thing perished in a shrine collapse before the rest of us were saved. It is the one regret I have in all this. You too.
Some soiree, innit?
Good evening.
What is up?
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. You didn't hear? My adoptive father, Sentius, locked me up, and after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me. And that mob... Don't worry. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the you can try some of our... Thanks.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon
Names will... What business? Willowbar.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well,
You. We. What? I hate you.
so you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortune.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind. Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve. Oh. Yulia. Poor Virgil. All right, let me see. What? Are you? You're serious, aren't you? I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
The 49 Beladies fetch again, with incessant labor, just as, but it, the new...
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live... Oh. Oh. What? No.
I'm afraid. Because I'm going to kill. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve. Oh. Yulia. Poor Ver. All right, let me see. What? I'll go.
The 49 Beladies fetch again.
Fabia, listen.
There's a troublemaker coming into the city.
I know, and I'll take care of him. Just go and hide, but not in the empty shrine.
Wait, how did you know I was headed in there?
No time to explain. Go!
All right, I'll be in my bakery.
Thank you, Galerius.
Don't shoot. I'm no threat. You'll find what you're looking for in the avenue. Second building on your left. I've got to run.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff.
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you this Sylphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for good days with you. Another day, Mom will be lost.
Let's stay. Places to be. Salve, Ruffius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Ah, thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
What now?
I have a message for Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Citizen.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Yulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
Citizen.
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow. Don't believe a word they tell you.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? You're toying with me, right? You're a bit like Sisyphus. Sisyphus, he was forced to... Oh. Anyways, oh. Oh, now I'm... Oh, Salve again? No. All right.
A new face, are they? Oh, let we her sit and as a if make oh it as I said but
Hello? Hello. My friend, he said he gave all our now no, but Go. Bye bye. Hello. Bye bye.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
I wish I could have seen the look on Malleolus's face.
And here you are. Allow me. Mike. That. But it. In. They won't. Of course. That is merely the... That... I get... When my kin... I... Dupe... The root. Good.
If that...
I... How so? True. He is... He... And... Perhaps. Once the...
Oh. Well. Know who you are. See. I'm gonna pause here for a moment. You go on ahead.
You're back. Oh.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just... That you can... That you... It means there is no... I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Ow!
Kinda lost track. Hey!
You're finally here. It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our life. Oh. I know. Of course.
Oh, hello.
You're here. So, Galeri... Oh, it...
Hello. Galerius. Oh.
You're... Oh. Oh. I... Love... Thank you. Well. You...
You are here. Lose it. And... You...
Hey. I take it you're... Actually... You too.
Hi there. I am... Thank... He's...
Hey.
Great. I am told we have you to thank for...
Hello.
I am... Perhaps I hope... You...
You're the one we've been waiting for. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been... I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Karen gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while Thank you. You...
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. We have. I'm sorry, I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University. Not that I need the money, but I do love being a... My sincere
Some soiree, innit? Oh, hello at last. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never... Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Most gracious. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. You being the oracle and future seer and all that, I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer. Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm gonna make a bloody fool. Of course, don't let me keep you.
Good evening. Greetings.
Hello there.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least... Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you?
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber, not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him. Thank you. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if... Wonderful.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle.
You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an oracle. You know me. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and instead I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle. Nice to meet you.
I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no... I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very... haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. You too.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard... I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there, and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely... I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. You didn't hear? My adoptive father, Sentius, locked me up in the upper cistern. Just after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me. And that... Don't worry. No, but... I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save me. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope? Missed out on all of this. So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I thank you. I wouldn't be here without you. You too.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of a cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
I can. Of course. When I've Do you plan to now? Do you? I should. Do you really think you can? How dare you? The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Give me another day in the sun.
Salve, friend. Oh. You? Oh. Oh. All right. Oh.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
I thought I told you to get out.
Whatever are you wearing?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Ah, a visitor. Welcome. Oh. I assume you're asking me that. I suppose first I'd want to gather information. I'd want to know about his reasons for... If I could expose some internal inconsistency in his reasoning, But as a philosopher, the saddest truth I ever learned is that all but the most enlightened opponents are more easily swayed by appeals. So as a last resort, I might figure out what he fears losing above all else, and, if I could, threaten to take it away. Though, of course, that could easily go. Now, go quickly while my word...
just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be alright.
And here you allow me to introduce Naga. Good. Only it is long when I
do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
That would explain why you first appeared in her shrine. But you would have me believe that all this time, then she has chosen poorly because you will make her fine. pathetic. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. And here you are alone. Good.
If that.
Tread lightly. Ha ha ha. How so? How? And because doing so would violate the rules of my... The best I can do is return you. I will... It is not up... What no... Fair.
Don't be so foolish. If you kill me, and if I die, I won't... You see, it was that... Now, get out of my...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well, funny. What? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so... So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, I guess... So what you're... to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out. I can't see how I could pump... Seems like we're both gonna die here.
How can you say you murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people?
It's only a matter of time before we... I guess all those old Latin inscriptions. Pro peccata, the many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
so pleased to hear Galerius is our new magistrate. Be careful who you trust.
It's so lovely to see Dooley out and about again. Oh. You did? Wait, what? Sumerian? Our ancestors built over but the Greeks had done much the same thing to the Egyptians. If that's true, then I've spent my whole life serving. It's no wonder I never felt like my prayers to Beth. I see. Ave again. Galerius won. He's our new magistrate.
Strange day.
See you
Just
again.
this morning I was sure Malleolus was going to win the election.
Don't you just love springtime? No. Well, now that I've had Dooley freed, to be honest, I didn't. In the meantime, I guess somebody's got to keep working the... All right, friend.
Isn't the great temple... See you again.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well...
You. Do you know you're here? You have to help me. What? What? It's no... You're...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. My... Oh. Alright, let me... For a bird. You live. I'll go.
Oh!
Are they?
I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be alright. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what
How'd you do?
Salve, Ruffius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
Welcome.
The Emperor, he knows Malleolus's real name.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Hello? Hello? My friend Hannibal used to... He said he gave me all I remember. Now nobody looks after me. Bye-bye. Hello? Bye-bye.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius. That's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve. Oh, come on. Your Sisyphus, he was forced oh. Anyway, so, oh. Oh, now, oh, and... I saw you, and strange, too, since that device you used is exactly the same as one I've been working on. Oh, of course! It's because I already gave it to you in a previous... Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but it... Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only Do you think you could use the device again, and try to get that flower? Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. There's no rush, just... All right.
Don't believe a word they tell you. 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 Don't believe a word they tell you.
Salve again, No. Brilliant! You did it! Well, this is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out what I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we... But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be... You mean, aside... You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the... Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, but at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful. I feel so... I don't know what to do.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more... What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel, find out how she... What do you say? Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Thank you.
A new face, Arve. Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. I see. So, it's from Galerius, then? Of course I do. I think that man is a wonderful human being, but he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing... He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize... Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too. I hope so. See you again.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm.
Salve again? No. Thanks. Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins. In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps. All right, friend.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Arve again. It must be complete. It'll be, but why do... As I... Very well.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Election starting. Sentius, of course.
Georgius?
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius?
Sentius.
Virgil?
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius?
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius?
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Oh, thank you. You can have my shiny plaque, and maybe you can help me find my friend Hannibal used to look after me. But before that, he told me... He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. Please help me find it. Please. Oh, thank you. Hope you find it. In the cisterns. Way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
But death must either not come at all, or else it must come and pass.
Salve. Oh. Yulia. Oh. All right. I'll go.
you? Thank you. We... what? I...
Salve, Rufus. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Ah, thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again? How? Sister... Oh. Yeah. Oh, no. Salve... No. But... He did. I'll let Well, but... Well, but if... All right. Salve again? No. All right.
A new face. Oh. I did. You did? Wait, but if it's...
Whatever are you wearing?
I thought I told you to get...
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Salve. Salve. No. Well, but... All right. now? All right.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
It's almost as if you're trying to extend my lifespan.
Oh. Of course. Well, but all right. Ah, it's you now. All right.
You. We. What? Oh, that is here. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is... So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Do you really... Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
We have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Well, funny. I
Maybe.
Oh, and if our conversations ever stop... Salve again? No. All right.
Citizen.
Salve.
You're... There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? What? It's no... You're me.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. What? That's a big ask. But I doubt I'll be able to gather more than a handful of people.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's order.
What you put? That.
Then what? No. It's and I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Demetrius.
Oh. Fine. I'll let there.
Help!
Stop.
Thank you.
Citizen.
Well, all right. Well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, P.S., what are you doing?
That... You... Well... It's... Oh. Really? You're... It's... Thank you. Thank you. I'll go and...
Salve, friend.
Citizen.
You... And I... All right.
Ah, a new face. I hear... Nice to...
Hello? Hello?
Salve.
Why'd you always have to be like that, Dacius?
Don't you just love springtime?
Citizen. See.
You. We. How did you know? Wait, did you hear that? He's here. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Do you really? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. The others should be right behind us. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Well, it's... Maybe we can... You go.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, why don't you...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just... That... You can... That... You... Perhaps... That... I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! Here, take...
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius, Equitia and I will never forget you, or what you did for us. It pains us that so many of our dear friends were not so fortunate, including Ulpius and Galerius, who heroically tried to rescue Dooley, but never made it back. But there is no point dwelling on what might have been. All we can do is take this gift you've given us, and try to show others the same compassion you showed us. We promise you that saving our lives was not for nothing. Scintilla et al.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear. You two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
And you?